you have approximately 2 minutes of practice remaining. 2 minutes.
Type something snazzy in there. When I get back in there. This scares me.
There we go.
It was yellow when it wasn't posting. That's like a really easy indicator to tell you how it's doing.
All right, good afternoon and welcome.
Let's try this set here. See how we're doing. I think I've got volume level this time here. Okay. We'll listen to the echo first here, and I believe we are good. So let's go with the qualifying here. This is the second squad. Matt ready to send everybody off here.
Okay, bowlers, once again, once your time runs out on the monitor, please hold up in your practice. Reset your machines to a full rack of pins. Okay, bowlers, you'll be following the next game cards that we put out for you. We will be actually skipping 8 lanes during this block, being we've consolidated everyone into 48 lanes that we're using. Okay? All right, bowlers, if you, as your color bars come up, you may begin qualifying round 2. Spectators, let's give our 141 athletes a nice round of applause as they begin round 2 of qualifying for the best tournament.
Jack, lower right. All right, we are ready to go now for this round of qualifying. Second round, as we're going to have 6 on a pair for the most part here. 9 and 10 in front of us here. That was Daniel Althouse with a strike, and Jack Selmer up on 9 now. As he leaves the 5, 6, 10. As promised, we're going to recap those who are in the cut, as we had in the last round, the last game. Martin Stevens leads at 357. Tom Hankey second at 333. Brian Kennedy third at 306. Fourth is Adam Zimmerman at 287. And Michael Martell fifth at 280. Alex Sorge at 276 is sixth. And Zach Vitelli stayed in seventh at 266. Dylan Bowers 265. And we have a tie for ninth. Francis Vitelli and Dylan Zimmerman at 263. Down below the top 10, your next 10 would be Kyle Belowski, Kenny Ryan, Chad Mee, Joey Ocello, Daniel Link, George King, Christian Francis, Joey Chufo, Brianna Lyon, and Sarah Clausen. 21st through 30th. Eddie Ross, Alexander Horton, DJ Brown, Dana Vojdovich, Dan Hartman, Shane Matthews, Brandon Bone, Adam Turner, Derek Lewandowski, and a tie for 30th, Sam Bortnick and Andrew Kopech. 32 through the tie for 39th is Mike Kissel, Sean Cruz, Lexi Nair, Ben Harden, Alex Martin, Nick Campanelli, Jack Cook, and the tie for 39th is Josh Spiegel and Chris Trotta. 41st through 50th, Bobby Paillet, Pierce Field, Bradley Krause, Jason Suzuki, Andrew Lazarchik, Connor Egan, Anthony Najokas, Curtis Stidd, Chris Leola, and Andrew Hall. And then the next 6 to round out the field of those in the cut right now, Jacob Kerstetter, Dan Mangano, Riley Selmer, Andrew Canuli, Drew Esposito, and Jake Boris. Jake Boris shot .255 the last game. He is plus 96. And that is 56th. Not surprising, top 100 are plus out of the 140, excuse me, that we have here. Handicap division, Sean Cruz has the lead by 129 pins. He's at plus 254. Mary Beth Baker second at 125. Tommy Sanfilippo third at 118. Alex Berg fourth at 112. And fifth is Tom Burns at 111. With Cole Oberst at 108, just out of it in sixth. We have 29 of the 140 in handicap. And among them, 22 are plus. So that's how it looks after game number 6. Leah Glazer in front of us cannot convert. So now we've been through everybody once in the first frame, and this round, as we predict, will go slower. There'll probably be a lot more spare shooting this round. The way the lane assignments have been drawn up, the leaders were put on 23 and 24. The next 6 were on 21 and 22. The next 6 after that, 25 and 26, and they've worked their way down. This group that we have in front of us here on 9 and 10, which include Daniel Althouse and Jack Selmer and Leah Glazer and Austin Kerper and Jesse Brown. This is 76 through 80th. Jesse Brown at 76, Glazer 77th, Althouse 78th. Selmer tied for 74th at plus 68. Austin Kerper also in here. So Jesse Brown now on the right lane, lane 10, and he'll go high for a 247. Keep an eye on 11 and 12. Also, Ben Rhines there with a spare. Excuse me, a miss. He's got 48 through 3. Jesse Brown takes 2 off. He's got 26 after 2.
Bowlers in this tournament, we are looking for some girls to sign up for girls-only brackets. We only have 5 girls signed up total. So if you would like to get in girls-only scratch brackets, we have those available. See us here in the check-in room.
Glazer goes high, goes to 3, 6, 10. She makes her spare. We have on 11 and 12 Matthew Young, who just struck there. Harris Mirza up on lane 11. 5-pin wiggles, but does not fall down. Allhouse up on 10. Goes Jersey. Good shot by Kerper. He now doubles up. This time Brown makes the 2-4-7, 26 and a spare after 3. Glazer makes the 3-6-10. That's 26 and a spare for her. So everybody marked in the third frame. We're here on 9 and 10. All right, by process of elimination over here on 7 and 8, we've got the bowlers in 86th through 91st. You see Chris DePaula up now on lane 8. Michelle Dukowski is also on this pair. The rest, Alex Contoursis, Daniel Convery, Jared Duncan, and that is your 5. I'll figure out the 6th in a bit here. As DePaula started out with a front 3, then spare, then leaves a 3-pin. Spare for Althouse, 45 and a spare after 4. To our right on 11 and 12, Tristan Lyon up on 11, started strike spare and then 2 misses. Samantha DeLong just off a screen. And she's lucky that happened on a strike, so she can regroup here, get a spare. No harm, no foul. Over on 8, DePaula makes his spare. He's got 98 and a spare after 4. Tristan Lyon up on lane 11. Crosses over, gets the strike. Austin Kerper in front of us on 9, and he crosses over 1-3-9. Jesse Brown with the strike. 46 and a strike for him. Harris Mirzon 11 leaves a 10 pin. If he converts this, he'll have 55 and a spare. Austin Kerper cannot get the spare, so 7-2 gives him 75 after 4. Again, they're bowling 6 games in this block, just like they did the previous block for 12 games altogether. Top 56 advance to tomorrow. As far as the handicap division, it is just one day for handicap competition. If it just so happens that a handicap bowler is in the top 56, they bowl scratch tomorrow, because it's all scratch tomorrow. We have 5 prizes of handicap bowlers to give away, $1,000 being the top prize. Glazer with the spare, that's 44 and a spare for her, so 3 spares in a row. DePaula leaves a light 4 pin over on 7. Meanwhile, Althouse with a 3 pin on 10. Jack Selmer up on 9. $73 after 5 for Althouse. DePaula on 7 to convert here to go 117 and a spare, and he does. Off to the left, Adam Caruana on 6. He gets a strike. That's 96 and a strike for him. Next on 6 will be Jenna Henderson, and she's got the front 5. Jesse Brown again leaves 2-4-7. And Austin Kerper goes the 6-10. Dukowski on 7 with a strike. That's 73 and a spare for her. Brown again, but he had the mother-in-law and couldn't pick it up. So 6-3 for him, that's 74. Jenna Henderson crosses over for a strike on lane 6, and that's 6 in a row for her. Kerper, 75, and that spare through 5. And I'm doing some logical deduction here. This is Kevin Bianco up on 10. Meanwhile, Glazer, bad break with the head pin, not taking out the 7. Bianco with a strike, 66 in his strike after 6. Live chat is on if you'd like to join us with your comment on where you are watching and listening us. Glazer with the spare, so 63 and a spare after 6. Looking down the line, Coming up in the next group of kids to come this way. Looks like we've got Logan Choppel, Mary Beth Baker, Alyssa Burke, Anthony Nyer will be coming down this way. Armand Villa will be within camera shot. As Daniel Althouse comes in with a strike, so 73 and a strike for him after 6. Jesse Brown comes up, now working on 74 in the 6th. Austin Kerper on 9, 75 and a spare. Tristan Lyon on 11, he's got 75 and a spare as well. And Brown leaves a 4-pin. DePaula with the spare. He stayed clean. 135 and a spare for him as Tristan Lyon leaves the 4-9. Kerper got it to come back. That was a beauty shot. Pretty shot by him. 95 and a spare, a strike rather, after 6. Jesse Brown makes his spare. 74 and a spare. Michelle Dukowski on 8, working on 73 and a strike. And a 610 for her. So Lyon just barely misses getting the 4-9. 102 after 7 for him. Harris Mirza on 11. Lucas Leandro, haven't mentioned his name yet today. He is up on 12. He'll be in the corner making his delivery and striking. He's got 86 and a double after 7. We'll try and keep up with everybody here as Bianco washes out Glazer with a 7 count. So we'll see if she can make it 5 spares in a row. Harris Mirza through the nose, 610. And 2 out for Bianco to give him 92. Henderson's run of 6 in a row is done as she leaves a 310. Glazer converts again, 80 and a spare for her after 6. Ben Rhines up on 12, trying to convert the 3, 6, 9, 10, and only takes 3 out, so he's got 142 after 8. That's Jack Selmer in front of us getting an 8 count. Had an open in the first and has stayed clean since. Allhouse can't get the messenger to carry. So we'll see how he does with this 10 pin here. If my math is correct, we're going to end up with a lot of the leaders in front of us for Game 6, at least those who led after Game 6. And it might be a fight to the finish to see who is in the cut. So we take 56 after Game 12. Jesse Brown gets it out a little further and pays the price. 6 count. DePaula does something you haven't seen every day, taking 1 pin off the bucket. So his clean game ends. He's at 158, and there is definitely something you don't see every day on lane 8. The 2-3. Those of you who love to make videos of weird bowling leaves, you just got a gift. A 2-3 on lane 8. And right next door to it, a 5-7. And only gets 1. He's at 130. So Dukowski leaves a 5-7. Lucas Leandro over on 11. He strikes. That's 3 in a row for him. 116 and a double. Claps were for Jenna Henderson. She struck after missing her 7th frame spare, so she still has a chance for 260. 1 out for Dukowski. That's 120. Glazer will try and make it 6 spares in a row. Ben Rhines with a strike over on lane 11, 142 and a strike after 9. That pair's in their 9th frame. I believe we're either 5 or 6 on a pair for the most part. As Glazer misses, it's 106 after 7 for her. Matthew Young off camera on lane 12, watching his shot. 6 count. He can make it for 140 and a spare. Jack Selmer with a 2-8 all house. Goes left. Leaves a 9 pin. Chris DePaula still has a chance for 200 here. He needs a double along the way somewhere on lane 8. Got a break. Just leaves a 4 pin. And Selmer lost his balance there and has 139 after 8. Allhouse makes his spare. 112 and a spare as he gets ready for the 9th. Jesse Brown, strike. 98 and a strike after 8. Austin Kerper playing 5th arrow and he gets it to come back. 95 at a triple. For Austin Kerper, who started this game as low on the pair at plus 52 and can make a nice sized jump into the cut after this game. Glazer with a 10 pin. Dukowski in the 8th. Make that the 9th frame on lane 8. Gets a strike, so 120 and a strike for her. Kevin Bianco now up on 9. And washes out for a 1-2-10. Glazer trying with a 10 pin and cannot make it, so 115 after 8 for her. Nice spare by Bianco. And just a 5 pin for Althouse. Looking down the way, Jenna Henderson, who you see in front of you here on the bottom of the screen. She doubled up after her open, so she still has a chance at 266. Jack Selmer with the baby split. Samantha DeLong with a strike over on lane 11, playing the gutter, 175 for her game. Althouse with a spare, so 131 and a spare. Into the 10th frame over on 5 and 6. As Adam Caruana starts his 10th frame with a strike. He still has a chance for 200. Selmer misses. That's 148 in the 9th. Over on lane 7, DePaula with the spare. So he's got a fill ball coming up. He can shoot 197. Kerper trying for 4 in a row. Splash. Caruana with another strike, so he can go off for 204. Jesse Brown looking for a double. Got it. Trip the 6. Matthew Young on lane 11 went up the gutter and it did not come back, leaving the front bucket. 1, 2, 3, 5. Dukowski with a strike, so she starts her 10th frame with a strike. She has a chance to, she's in the 170s. She can, excuse me, the 160s. She can go off for 180. And all of a sudden, lane 11, there is a hang spot. Saw Lucas Leandro, after 4 in a row, go 3 count. Strike for Althouse. That's 160s, so he's in the 170s. We can possibly go off for 181. As the struggle bus has started to take on a few people here. Kevin Bianco with a strike. See if Althouse can double up here. Possibly get into the 180s. Seven count, so if he converts this, it's 171. Dukowski on lane 7, a strike for 180, and she gets it. So Michelle Dukowski will go to +9 as Jack Selmer leaves a 9 pin. Althouse is good for 171. That puts him at +26. Selmer with a spare and going to get another ball to see what's going to work here as Kerper goes high. He's in the 2 teens if he converts. Possible 223 for him. Kerper converts, so 203 and a spare. We'll give him 223 if he strikes. 8 count for 221 for Kerper. Which puts him at plus 73. Jesse Brown with a spare. He'll try and get up to 167. If that's the case, that'll put him at plus 26. Bianco with a strike. Still got a chance for 190 here. And that's what happens for Jesse Brown as he's at plus 26. Ryan Carlisi on 7 and 8 starts his game with a 5 count. Strike for Bianco. And 1 out for Carlisi. That's Lizzie Nading on 7 as she makes the spare. Jennifer Williams over here on 8 and a 7 count to start. So Nading ends up with 1, excuse me, that's as I get my sheet here, that is Bianco that ends up at 189 as Jennifer Williams converts her spare. Sydney Bone up on 7, leaves the 4-7. Leah Glazer ended up at 151 to move her to 7. That is Allie McKinley with the spare, and Sydney Bone gets 8 to start. Now our 9 and 10 group comes in. Carlisi with a strike. Anthony and I are up on 9 and 10. Just a bit outside. Look back at us saying, looking 12, and he hits 6. Here's Mary Beth Baker now on 9 and 10. 6 count. And gets the spare, does Nair. Sydney Bone looks like she's throwing a DV8 grudge, and she gets them all to fall. So Mary Beth Baker makes the spare. Jennifer Williams doesn't get it to hook in. Alyssa Balicki in front of us on 9. Six count. Allie McGinley with a spare over on, make that a strike over on lane 7. And Balicki opens to start. Logan Choppel now up on 7. Got Alex Berg over on 11. He converts a 1-2-10. Good shot by Lizzie Natick for a strike. William Kluke next door on lane 11 with an 8 count. Carlisi with a strike. Jack Conrad with a strike. Bowler B on 9 and 10. Logan Choppel cannot convert a 5-pin. And Alyssa Burke will make the 6th bowler on 9 and 10. Jennifer Williams in front of us, 28 after 2, and gets a strike. That's Nolan Heron with the 9 overall, making it 25 in the 3rd for him. Burke with a 7-pin. She'll walk to get her spare ball. Sydney Bone on 7. Cannot get the double. Leaves the 10-pin. As Burke gets it. Nair stuffs an 8-pin. Baker with a strike. Sydney Bone makes her spare, so 28 and a spare in the 3rd, as McGinley has 57 in the 3rd. Got Alyssa Balicki on 10, leaving a 6-10. Next to him, Armando Villa makes his spare, 9 and a spare after 2. Lizzie Natick, it hooks away, 6 count. Balicki makes her spare. So spare shooting on 9 and 10 a little better in this frame. Jack Conrad 6 count. Logan Schoppel on 10. Washes out, 7 count. Does Nada get it to come back? No, she doesn't. So 7 count for her in the 4th frame with 52. Conrad with only a 1 count, actually does not make any, so 24 after 2. Jennifer Williams with her spare, 47 and a spare after 4. Nolan Heron on lane 8 with an 8 count. Allie McGinley up on 7. Off to the left, lane 5, Jonathan Bowman. We'll see what he does. He struggled last time he was in front of us. Having shot 150, he's got a strike in the first frame and leaves a 4-pin here. Nolan Heron, it needs to hook and can't get back, so 34 after 4 for him. Jocelyn Hood, first time we'll call her name, from Pennsylvania. Can't get it to come back, leaves the gate. Meanwhile, Allie McGinley spares up. Sydney Bone just a bit outside, but gets 5 out of it. Alyssa Burke makes her spare. So double spare for her so far. Mastriani, Anthony Mastriani off to the side on lane 12 and goes outside with a 2-8-10. Anthony Nyer strikes. So 2 spares and a strike. And Sydney Bone with 50 after 4. Mary Beth Baker crosses over and gets the strike. So double for her. Lizzie Nading. Ryan Carlisi with 8. Jacob Conrad over here on 10. He'll get a 6 count. Alyssa Balicki with a spare up and 2-8-10. Can't get it to come back. Nolan Heron comes in with a 2-4-5. Jack Conrad only gets 2, so he'll have 32 after 3. Alex Berg only gets 1 off the 4-pin spare, so he's got 33 in the 3rd. Balicki takes the 2 on the left side, so 32 after 3 for her. Jennifer Williams, it comes in high for 3-6. Can Nolan Heron get a spare? Ooh, good try. Could not convert, so 43 for him after 5. As Alyssa Burke washes out for a tough spare here. Logan Choppel. And split time. Williams spares up, so 66 and a spare. Good try by Burke, so 3 on the second ball for her, 42. Logan Choppel, 2, so 27. Now Mary Beth Baker up on 10, working on a double. As Sydney Bone strikes over on 7. Baker. Turkey time. So spare and 3 in a row for her. Dyer now comes up working on a strike. Doubles up. Allie McGinley, 75 after 5 for her. Balicki with the ball change. 5 can't take out the 7, so conversion for her coming up. Ryan Carlisi goes Jersey or Brooklyn, depending on where you're watching us. 90 and a strike for him after 6. Jack Conrad in front of us. 7 count. Lizzie Nadig with 5 on the spare. She'll try and convert here as Balicki gets her first, actually second spare of the game. Seven pin for Logan Choppel. We'll try and make this as Jack Conrad converts his spare. So 32 and a spare for him after 4. Lizzie Nadig will have 72 after 6. Choppel makes his spare. So 27 and a spare after 4 for him. Over on 7, Jennifer Williams. 4 out of 5 marks so far. Make it 5 out of 6. Nice spare for her. 83 and a spare after 6. Alyssa Burke strikes. 42 and a strike for her. Nolan Heron up on 8. He got the hardest one out. Let's see if he can get the rest. Well, you don't see that every day. Good score for golf, though. Not here, so 45 for Heron. Nair gets it to carry. We'll see what Baker can do here as she gets a bit of a break. 7 count, or is that a 6 count? And it looks like the 5 pin's still up there, so. And how about the hook by Sydney Bone? Nice shot there. As she doubles up, 50 and a double for her after 6. Allie McGinley, 83 after 6. Jack Conrad, 6 count. Baker, can she convert all of them? Can't get the 10 pin out, so she has 104 after 5. Carlisi gave it enough room, and the 9 pin doesn't want to go down. He says it was good. This came a little too strong at the end. Balicki with a strike, so 52 and a strike after 5. Carlisi gets his spare, so 110 and a spare after 7. Alyssa Burke up on 10. And the 10 pin doesn't want to fall, so she has a split to try here. Nolan Heron over on 7. He'll have a split himself. William Kluke over on lane 11. He's working on 57 and a spare in the 6th. Try to get it to come back, and he does. So 77 and a strike for him after 6. Nolan Heron now with 52 after 7. Alyssa Burke only gets the 4 pin out. 68 in the 5th. Jennifer Williams on 8. Very nice shot from her. So 103 and a strike after 7. Logan Choppel, 5 pin. Allie McGinley on lane 8. We'll have a chance to convert a 7 pin. Mastriani on 11 leaves a 6-10. Sydney Bone with a 6 count on a double, so we'll see if she can convert. Logan Chappell makes his spare, 46 and a spare in the 5th. Mary Beth Baker puts a little more speed on it, and it does not come back, so 2-5-8 for her. Mastriani will just barely make his, so 84 and a spare. Sydney Bone with 2 on the spare conversion, so 102 in the 7th for her. Baker trying for 3 and only gets 2, so 113 in the 6th. Lizzie Neidig, excuse me, with a strike. That's a double for her, so 72 and a double after 8. Ryan Carlisi got tapped badly by a 9-pin in this last frame. And goes through the face and leaves 6 count. That's 4 in a row for Nyer. He's got 99 and a double. Balicki with a double. 52 and a double for her. Let's see if Carlisi can make his spare. The 3, 4, 6, 7. Gets 2 out. He's got 134. Jocelyn Hood makes her single pin spare of 63 and a spare after 6. Jack Conrad through the nose, hooks away, gets a strike, 55 and a strike for him after 6. Logan Chappell working on a spare, fills it with 8. Jennifer Williams over on 7. And Williams has a split to deal with here. See if Sydney Bone can get back on track. 2-4-5 for her. Alyssa Burke, 68. Plus whatever she gets here in the 6th, which does not include a 7-pin. So she'll have to make that by itself. Chappell gets his 2-pin spare, so 64 and a spare. Jennifer Williams makes 2 out of 3, so 131 for her. Sydney Bone makes her spare, so 102 and a spare after 8. Burke cannot convert, so 77 in the 6th. Allie McGinley with a 7 count. Gives her 99 right now. We'll see if she can spare up here. Nyer trying for 5 in a row. Not the kind of sound you would expect a washout to make. But he's got a 9-pin back there too, so it's only a 5 count. Mary Beth Baker off of 2 opens, has a makeable spare here, the 1-2. Carlisi with a 9-pin. That's trouble. Nope, it didn't hook. I thought it was going to hook, but it didn't. 134 and a spare for him as he sets up for the 10th. Off the side, Mastriani makes his spare for 103. Nyer only gets 3, so he's at 150. And Baker off to the side, so 121 after 7 for her. Lizzie Neidig will need to make this split. Off to her side, Ryan Sage with a 9 count. He'll be at 84 and a spare if he makes it. Jennifer Williams gets the 7 to fall. 131 and a strike for her. Now Neidig only gets 1. Can Balicki 5-pin? So if she makes this, it'll be 101 and a spare for her. Jack Conrad on 10. 6 count. Ryan Sage makes his spare. How about Nolan Heron? 7 count for him. Allie McGinley, 7 count for her. But Alex Berg over on 11 has a 5-pin spare. And he'll get 3 out of it to get to 76. Balicki converts her 5-pin, so 101 in his spare. Heron converts his spare. Yeah, he's got something to be happy about. So 58 in a spare for him. Allie McGinley gets her spare, so 100 and a spare for her. We got one bowler left to complete their 9th frame. And that's coming up as Logan Choppel with a 7 count on the spare. Burke hangs it outside for an 8 count. Sydney Bone with her 9th frame on 7 coming up. Choppel makes his spare, so 81 and a spare. 115 and a spare for Sydney. And Nadig makes her spare. So 132 and a spare. Now she realizes it's 10th frame. And Sydney Bone will have 124 going into the 10th. Mary Beth Baker takes out the 10 pin, so 124 is her spare conversion. So Lizzie Nadig with a scratch score of 137. And Baker makes her spare, so 121 and a spare after 8. Carlisi with a strike to start off the 10th. Nair can't get the 7 to go. So he'll try and make the spare here. Heron on a spare, gets a strike. Good job, buddy. So 78 and a strike. 2 more shots to come. Carlisi takes out the 7, so he's left with 7. Nair spares up. 150 and a spare going into the 9th. Better shot by, at least a better form by Heron, but can't get it back, so 3 count. He's into the 90s. It is 100% handicap on the handicap side. His handicap is 62, so he was under average that game with a 97, but he'll rebound. Jack Conrad with a strike, so 95 and a strike for him. Logan Choppel working on a spare and has the gate to negotiate. Jocelyn Hood over on 11 working on her first strike of the game. And doubles up. Alyssa Burke with a strike. So 97 and a strike for her. Choppel takes down the gate. So 97 and a spare for him entering the 9th. Jennifer Williams looking to spare here. She has a chance at 170. And it goes a little wide for 1, so 159. Sydney Bone gets the strike. That's a double for her, so she has a chance at 150. Mary Beth Baker, 7 count on a spare. Off the side, Ryan Sage with 122 and a strike as he'll go into the 9th. Allie McGinley with a 5-pin. Still has a chance at 130. And Sydney Bone, how about a turkey to wrap up that one? 154. And Baker's got 147 after 9. Nyer with a nice strike there, so he's got 170 and a strike going into the 10th. Allie McGinley makes her spare. She's in the 130s. Jack Conrad working on a strike. Can't get the 10 to go out. Balicki didn't hang that time. So 121 and a strike for her as she goes into the 10th. 135 for McGinley. Off the side, Kluke is going to end up in the 160s. Conrad can't get that one to come back, so 123 in the 9th. Choppel started with 3 opens and has had 5 straight spares since, and will try for 6 in a row here as he leaves a 6-pin. Kluke had 162. And Choppel cannot convert, so 125 for him after 9. And a solid 9 by Burke. Good shot by Nyer there. Doubles up to start the 10th. Jocelyn Hood off to the side here. She tripled. Mastriani trying to make the 369. Gets it. So he can finish with 190. Mary Beth Baker trying to finish in the 160s. She comes in with a 157 average, so she'll try and finish over average as Nyer sends it a little too far outside, so he can still end up with 216. Baker, 8. And off the side, Jonathan Bowman. Well, he already beat his last TV game. I wouldn't exactly count this as a TV game, but we're going to miss him next game as they move to 13 and 14. Nyer ends up with 214. Baker spares, so she's over average, at least for the tournament. Off the side, Bowman makes his spare, so 152 and a spare. And she finishes with 166. Conrad, 7 count. Jocelyn Hood finished with 161 on 11 and 12. Armand Villa and Alex Berg still have to finish their games. Berg's going to be in the 1 teens with that split. And Armand Villa will be in the 160s as long as he picks up a pin here. $162 for him. Now Alyssa Balicki trying to finish strong here. 10 pin. Conrad made his spare, so he's going to try for 143 with this shot here.
As tournament bowlers after game number 7 of competition.
141.
Is still Martin Stevens, Jr. at plus 327. 56th place at the moment is Pierce Field at plus 60. Plus 60.
The cut dropped 36 pins.
Your leader is still Sean Cruz at plus 223. 5th place at the moment is plus 67.
And Handicap dropped 44.
Your high gains for game 7 were Nick Campanelli, 246, and Eddie Ross, 219. I have all your side pots. They begin with the second game. I'll be posting them on the board by 9 and 10.
So Balicki finishes with 159. Logan Choppel now in his 10th frame. Sounds like a washout, and it is. My view slightly blocked here as I'm right behind the score, but luckily I have the camera that I can see on about a 2-second delay. And our video feed is on about a 20-second delay, so I can actually see both. Alyssa Burke with 4 out of 5, so 134 for her. And Logan Choppel try and get 3 on the washout and ends up getting 1. 132 for him, and across the way, we're pretty much done with game 8. Jonathan Bowman with a real nice comeback. He's on lane 5, one of the pairs on the left. You count 5 in from the left. Strike here for 202 and gets 200 even with the leave of the 5-9. Samantha Dixon up on lane 6. She's got a chance to finish in the 140s. So aside from that, we're waiting for the next group to come on down. Later on here, we'll clue you in more about what's going on with the DV8 shootout coming up July 13th through 16th as Dixon opens for 131. We had a couple more signups here, and we will be letting everybody know officially on Monday which ball will be the ball given out at the DV8 shootout as part of every entry. Looking forward to that as we have the DV8 shootout 3.5 weeks away in Lorain, Ohio, right before Junior Gold in Cleveland. So plus 67 was 5th place in the handicap division, and plus 60 was the cut overall for 56th place. Shania Jennings is going to be on 11 and 12. She says maybe she'll bowl better now that she'll be next to the TV pair here, or a TV pair. Can't see the approach for 11 and 12 or 5 and 6, but you can see the result of the pin count. That's RJ Carbone up on lane 11. And Jamie Kalaga will be on lane 12. You can see, as I count here, you'll be able to see, looks like 17 or 18 lanes here. You know, you can see the entire rack of 16 of them. The last pair you'll be able to see where there was just some pin count now was 16. We're going to do our best to concentrate on what's happened in front of us, 5 through 12. As lane 12, 11 and 12, the only pair underway for game number 9 at this point. Jamie Kulaga from Hazleton with a 610 and gets it. Shania Jennings now up on lane 11, McKendree University bound. So she'll try that again. Hopefully try and, that's one difficult thing about playing the outside with this pattern. You goof a little bit to the right, you may pay. See how she rebounds off of this. Much better. No harm, no foul. Dad be asking me what time that was taking place, and lucky for her, it was offline. Lucky for you, it was offline. I didn't even notice.
You're muted.
I'm muted. There we go. Now I'm not muted. All right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Yes.
We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. The router here kicks you off after a certain period of time, so we have to reset everything for some reason. It's interesting. I've never seen this before, but pardon the 2 or 3 minute interruption when stuff like that happens. Thank you.
And McLeod, 9 and a spare. Actually, 9 and 9 makes 18. Morgan Gitlitz with a strike, and she'll be happy. So 8 and a strike. So Micah Voorhees now on a spare conversion. So 6 on the spare for him. Tom Matthews on 9. 9 count. As the gang from the upper end makes its way down here, the pair that was on 47 and 48 comes down to 7 and 8. Shania Jennings, you'll see her ball on 12 and 2, 4, 8, 10 for her. So Matthews with his spare, so 7 spare. That's 7 in the first frame, and then makes his spare. And now we're all into the third. And Aaron Bay with a 7, 9, 10 on 11. Casey Smith on 10. 9 count for her. She'll try and make it 3 marks in a row. So 65. Justin Larson, 5 pin for him. Then we have RJ Carbone over on 11. Strike. 39 and a strike after 5. Casey Smith will make her spare for 3 in a row. Justin Larson makes his spare, so 28 and a spare for him after 3. Here's Morgan Gitlitz on 10, gets it to mix, double for her. Brianna McLeod up now on 9. That looks to go Jersey or Brooklyn, however you call it. So 18 and a strike for her. Tom Matthews gets 8. Kenny Gasser Jr. is back in front of us here on 7 and 8, and he'll strike. He was with us earlier this morning. Micah Voorhees. Strike. So 24 and a strike for him on lane 9. Spare for Matthews, 25 and a spare for him. Joe Staris with a strike on 7. He starts off, so got 5 marks here. We'll see if Andrew Dukowski, PJBT Masters champion, can make it 6. 5-pin. Jamie Kulaga, 63 and a spare, working on 11, and she strikes for 83. He's coming off the lane now. So Justin Larson, you'll see his full approach on the right here, up on 10. And a washout. Dukowski will convert his spare, so all spares and strikes over here on 7 and 8 to start. So dueling washouts on 9 and 10. $44 and a spare for Larson, 64 for Smith. Off to the side, Shania Jennings, 73 in the fifth. She's got a makeable spare. Brianna McLeod outside. Malik Thompson up on 8, leaves 4-9. Morgan Gitlitz with the 5-8. She'll try and convert. Bad break for McLeod. It's a 46 in the fourth for her. RJ Carbone on lane 11. He's got a double working but cannot convert into a triple, so he'll have a chance to take 86 in a spare into the eighth. Gitlitz chooses the correct ball, makes her spare, so 56 and a spare after 4. How about Voorhees gets the double? Good try by Thompson with the 4-9, can't convert, so 26. Carbone. $92. Make it 91. He'll have to fix his score. Tom Matthews sends it wide. Casey Smith.
You can only put that up if you strike.
Morgan Gitlitz has a sign ready, but she has to strike before she can put it up again. Casey Smith trying to convert off the open here. Tom Stevens, 42 and a spare. Shania Jennings takes out the split, so 91 plus 8 and whatever she has here in the seventh. Casey Smith only 2, so 73. Justin Larson, 44 and a spare, working in the fifth. Larson can't get the 9 to fall. Gitlitz. Bad break as the 6 falls. and leaves the 7-10. Over on 11, first time we'll call the name of Tom Ciano today, 76 and 7 and 2 for 85. Gasser over on 8, bad break for him. Started with a double. No, you tell her to go for the one in the middle.
Oh, okay. Go for the one in the middle.
And cannot convert. So 82 after 5 for Gitlitz. Malik Thompson over on 7 and 8. We'll have a spare conversion coming up. Gasser with 56 after 3. And Andrew Dukowski coming up. Matthews with a strike. Gives him 62 and a strike after 5. McLeod now 55 in the 5th. Thompson 35 in the 3rd. Andrew DeCosti. Or Dukowski, excuse me, 25 and a spare after 2. Micah Voorhees in front of us on 9, triple. Justin Larson, 63 and a spare. Six, 7. Casey Smith in front of us, 73 in the 5th. And splash for a strike. Let's see if Larson can convert here. Ooh, good try. So 90 in the 6th for him. Aaron Bay on 11, working on 3 marks in a row, but I believe it's a tough 5 count. Strike for Shania Jennings off camera, so 100 and a strike for her. That was on lane 12. Morgan Gitlitz with the strike. And now I will let her show the sign. It said, "Hi, Stephen." We couldn't see it very well, but Morgan says, "Hi, Stephen." Where's the crayons? I like that. Brianna McLeod back up here on 10. Tom Matthews on 9. Malik Thompson on 8 with a single pin, and McLeod makes her spare. Her first spare. Tom Matthews. Can't get the 10 pin, or does he? Yes, he does. Double for him. Well, Micah Voorhees working on 3 in a row. He knew it off his hand. So 3 count. Let's regroup. Try and get it back. It's a tough break for Voorhees, a 105 after 6. Joe Starris in front of us on lane 8, 9 count. Justin Larson with a 247. Andrew Dukowski over on lane 7. Better shot for him, that's a strike. JB Kulaga with a pin falling late for her. And that actually helps her as she still has a chance at 200. Spare for Larson. Strike for Smith. That's a double for her. Tom Ciano now up on 11, trying to make it 2 spares or 2 marks in a row, and throws it outside. Joe Starris with a mark. Brown and McLeod will try and make it 2 marks in a row. Pesky 9-pin. We'll see if she can make it. Gitlitz a further little bit outside, 7 count. McLeod got it. So we called it true. 2 marks in a row for her. 74 and a spare after 7. Two, 4, 5 for Gitlitz. Got it. 102 and a spare after 7. Voorhees back on track with a strike. Malik Thompson back on track with a strike as well. 55 and a strike for him in the 7th. Kenny Gasser Jr. working on a spare. Up on lane 8 and kicks it wide. So he'll have a chance at a spare. Kulaga with the bucket on lane 11 in the 10th. We'll see if she can make it and work on 180 here. Casey Smith with a triple. So 103 and 2 strikes for her after 8. See if Kulaga can make her spare over on 11 and chops it. 170 for her. Kenny Gasser can't get the 9-pin in the back, so 82 for him after 5. Tom Matthews makes the gate. 108 and a spare after 6. Make that 7. Gitlitz with an 8 count. Dukowski 10-pin. He wanted that. He thought it was a good shot. I agreed with him. Gitlitz needs 2. She hit 2, but she didn't get 2. So 129 after 8 for her. Justin Larson. No 10-pin for him. Dukowski makes his. Dukowski 65 and a spare after 5. 109 and whatever he gets here for Larson. Matthews 245. Larson cannot convert, so 118 in the 8th. Spare conversion for Matthews, so 125 and a spare for him. He opened in the first and has marked ever since. Had a double in the 5th and the 6th. That's good for this tough pattern here. McLeod, the 310. Good spare by McLeod. So 92 and a spare after 8 for her. That's 3 straight spares. See what Voorhees does here. Back on a strike. And gets the carry. Double. After game 6 in handicap, Micah Voorhees was 19th. Slipped a little bit to 20th. He's coming in with a 189 average, and it's 100% handicap for those 29 bowlers that are handicap. So he only gets 11 pins a game, so he's got a little bit of catching up to do as Matthew hands me the new numbers here. So leader is now Tom Hankey at 288, with 56th being a tie at plus 29. Handicap, Sean Cruz continues to lead. Mary Beth Baker stayed in 2nd, Cole Oberst 3rd, and a 3-way tie for 4th at 26.
Your new leader is Tom Hankey at plus 288. We have a tie for 56th place at the moment at plus 29, plus 29. Handicap division. Your leader is still Sean Cruz at plus 153. We have a 3-way tie for 4th, which is 4th and 5th and 6th at the moment, plus 26, plus 26 in handicap. I'll be updating your side spots in the scoreboard behind lanes 9 and 10.
Casey Smith trying for the 2-pin conversion. She gets it. So 151 and a spare for her. She still has a chance for 200. So Brianna McLeod will try and follow up her split conversion. And leaves a 258. Morgan Gitlitz up on 10. Washout. McLeod, nice conversion for her, so 109 and a spare going into the 10th. Let's see what Mr. Voorhees can do as Gitlitz gets 2 out for 138. 3-9 for Voorhees. We'll see if he can make the double wood. Gasser over on 8 with the spare conversion, 90 and a spare for him. Tom Matthews working on several marks, make that 7 marks in a row. He'll try for 8 with the 610. Off to the side, Laura Branch has an open in the 4th and strikes the rest of the way. It is working on a 2:62 pace. Joe Staris on 7 with an 8 count. Micah Voorhees makes his spare. The 153 and a spare for him as he tries to get over average. And Tom Matthews with a spare, so 143 and a spare for him. And Dukowski can't get the 10 pin to fall. Casey Smith, 7 count. Needs this to get into the 180s. Stars with his spare, 93 and a spare after 7. Dukowski with his spare conversion will have 100 and yes, a spare after 7. And Justin Larson leaves a 3-6. I'll have a chance at a 140 game. Smith gets all 3. Yes, young lady, I would smile about that too. And a more unusual way to make a spare. Larson cannot convert on his spare, so 135 for him. $187 for Casey Smith. Off to the side here, you're going to count 5 or 6 from the left. It's going to be 5 from the left. Laura Branch up on lane 5. And goes through the nose for 3-6, so still opportunity to be in the 230s for her. Brianna McLeod with a spare, so she'll have a chance at 147. Ryan Taylor up on lane 6 with a strike, and he struggled this game, so 101 and a strike. Morgan Gitlitz with a 2-pin rather. Laura Branch makes her spare, so she's got 190 and a spare. And Brianna McLeod will finish with 145. Nick Greco with a strike on lane 6. He's got 106 and a strike. Gasser only a 3 count. 115 for him after 8. Gitlitz makes her spare. How about Voorhees? See what he can do. Nice strike. He's going to be over average, it looks like. Carrying a 189 average. He's got 173 and a strike. Malik Thompson goes wide left, so 98 plus his total pin count here as Gitlitz. It's 8 for 156. Andrew Dukowski, 6 out of 7 marks so far, leaves a 10 pin. Voorhees with another strike. So he needs 7 for 200. Tom Matthews. 4 count. Voorhees. And he knew it. He knew it. 199 for Voorhees. But still a great game. I'm good. Bill Gasson stopping by. We promoted his Mid-Atlantic team tournament. We will touch on it again when we get a break in the action here. That was Mr. Voorhees himself telling you that he's up to minus 50 with handicap. Let's finish up on 7 and 8 in front of us here with Joe Staris getting only 1. So he's at 118 after 8. You can see Laura Branch off to the side on 6 off the left side. Breaks up the split. So she still has a chance at 230 with this conversion here. A very good game for her, as she was trying to fight to get back in it. Laura was minus 26. She had 160 and 163. And this spare puts her back in the plus. So 230 for her. And that makes her plus 4. And with how far the cut's been dropping, that might get her in after game 9. We've got 3 more after this. So we've got 1 and 2 coming down here to 9 and 10, and they're only in their 7th frame. 3 and 4 will move over to 11 and 12, and 47 and 48 comes down here to 7 and 8. So while we've got a small break in the action here, I'll give you a quick update on the DV8 shootout, which will be July 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th, 2017. Rebman, R-E-B-M-A-N, Recreation in Lorain, Ohio, on the days leading up to Junior Gold. We still have availability on all 5 squads, especially Saturday and Sunday. The deadline for the least expensive entry is next Monday, the 26th. 1 week from Monday. We will have posted on juniorbowling.com, also the Facebook page of juniorbowling.com, which ball we will be giving out with each first entry. Just got the word yesterday from DV8 in Brunswick, so we will have that announcement coming up in the not too distant future. Go to juniorbowling.com to download the flyer. Yes, you are, Mr. Lazarchuk. He'll, he'll be on the pair in front of us. Here's 7 and 8 coming up. As Malik Thompson in front of us looks to finish out. Andrew DeCoste. If he makes this, we'll have 178. Malik Thompson looking at 136 if he can fill it all the way. So Staris with a strike for the 10th. He can finish up with 168. Our handicap leader, Sean Cruz, is over on lane 6, and he just struck. So we'll get to see him, at least the results of his shots off camera. Staris finishes with 157. Hi, Mr. Kempton. So on our pair in front of us, Connor Egan, Andrew Lazarchuk, Andrew Najokas. I believe Curtis Stidd, Chris Leola, or Laloya rather, and Andrew Hall will be joining us here. In front of us on 7 and 8. My guess, and I'm going to make a lucky guess, that Chris Leola or Laloya is on 7, and Andrew Lazarchuk starts with a strike on lane 8. Egan with a strike. Curtis Stidd now up on lane 7. Strike for him. The Jokers can't get the 7 or the 10 to fall. Lexi Nyard over on 5 and 6. She leaves a 6-7. This is Andrew Hall. And doesn't get it out far enough. So Amanda Najokas, Sarah Florence coming over to 11 and 12. Andrew Hall gets the spare after the bad count. Loya, 6 count. Lazarchik back up on 7. PJBT Bowler of the Year. Double up. And a spare for Laloya. Almost a 4, but then a 5 count for Egan. Stid with a 9 count. Nice spare by Egan. A 20 and a spare. Stid makes his spare. So 20 and a spare for him. Mr. Najoka strikes, so 9 and a strike for him after 2. Andrew Hall, strike for him. So 2 marks for him after a 3 count before his first spare. Andrew Lazarchik can't get the 7 to go down. So he'll try and make this spare. And we get to see Jackie Evans in front of us here. Bowling with Justin Bone, Brian Goddard, Eric Pennell, Joseph Valeri. And we're also waiting on Matthew Stevens, and there he is. So we've got our groups in front of us for game 10. And all names that we recognize. Eric Pinnell leads off on lane 10 with the gate. Connor Egan gets an 8 count. It'll be Matthew Stevens leading off on lane 9. Playing his usual backup ball and playing a deep inside line and striking. Pinnell makes the spare. Egan makes his spare. So Andrew Hall up on 7, working on a strike. And Joseph Valeri up for his first attempt. Gets it. Anthony Najokas with a 7 count as Jackie Evans makes her first delivery here on lane 9. Lazarchik on 7, fast 8. And 6-7 split. Ryan Goddard up on 10 to shoot the 1-2-8. Just gets the head pin out. Najokas to try and make it 2 marks in a row, and he does. So 29 and a spare. And Lazarchik does the same. This time it's 4 marks in a row for him, 67 and a spare. Justin Bone up on 10. He's just throwing straight up and leaves the 5-8-10. Leola is struggling here a little bit. Bone tried the hard way to make it. 9 out. Amanda Najokas over on 11 converts her spare, so 20 in a spare after 2 for her. Eric Pinnell, bucket. And if you saw that delivery on lane 11, that's how the outsides are playing. Little touchy right now. Curtis Stidd with a strike. 48 and a strike for him after 4. Here's Matthew Stevens on 10. Trips the 4-pin. He claims that's his first double in 4 games for Stevens. Valeri up, he'll try and double. As Andrew Hall is also looking to make it a turkey. Can't get the 6 out. Valeri can't get the 2 out. How about Anthony Najokas on 7? That looks better. So 49 and a strike for him after 4. So Valeri makes his spare, 20 and a spare after 2. Andrew Hall makes his spare, 69 and a spare after 4. Goddard will try and rebound after the first frame open. Can't get the 2 to fall. Strike for Lola. How about Sarah Florence over on 11, makes her 10 pin. 3 straight marks for her, 37 and a spare. Lazarchik back up in the 5th, and it doesn't turn enough for him. Jackie Evans leaves the gate. Goddard makes his spare over on lane 7, Stid with double wood. 11 will call Tommy Burns' name for the first time as he strikes. He's got 28 in a strike after 3. Lazarchik only takes the 9 out. A 92 after 5 for him. Bone through the nose. We'll try and convert the spare. Spare for Justin Bone. Jacob Klein with a strike, 40 and a strike after 3. How about Eric Pinnell on 10? Strike for him. 24 and a strike after 3. Andrew Hall starting to turn it on here. 89 and a strike for him after 5. He was in 50th after 6 and 42nd after 8. Shot 199 and 171 in game 7 and 8. This is game 10. We're still waiting on results from game 9 to come through as Anthony Najokas doubles. 49 and a double for him. Matthew Stevens up on 9 to try and convert an 8 pin. Stevens will convert, 49 and a spare for him, and Lazarchik strikes. A good way to come off that open. 92 and a strike for him in the 6th. Ryan Goddard on a spare. Baby. 310. 9th game results are now handed to me. Leader is down to 250. It's still Tom Hankey. Cut is now a tie for 56th at -9, and it's Jackie Evans who's bowling in front of us here along with Andrew Canuli. Handicap division.
Best tournament bowlers after game number 9 of competition. Your leader overall is Tom Hankey at +250. We have a tie for 56th place at the moment. It is Andrew Canuli and Jackie Evans at -9. -9. Handicap division. Your new leader is Mary Beth Baker at +115. 5th place at the moment is -5. -5. Printouts after game 9 will be up on the scoreboard with the updated side pots in just a moment behind lanes 9 and
So your top now top 7 are plus 200 or better, with Hankey being at 250, Dylan Bowers 243, Dylan Zimmerman 242, Adam Zimmerman at 225. Brian Kennedy 216, Francis Vitelli 212, and Alex Sorge at 205. Martin Stevens has dropped to 199. Yeah, Martin Stevens, he joked, house shot hero. On this sports shot, he's got 170, 141, 131. Maybe he knew something we didn't. Jackie Evans in front of us responds after being announced as the cut. So after 2 opens, she strikes 15 and a strike. After 3. Andrew Hall doubles up. He's now got 89 and a double. Matthew Stevens working on 3 marks after spare, and this is the head pin, and almost gets the head pin to fall. So we'll get him to fix his score. Eric Pinnell, 7 count. Let's see what Lazarchik can do here working on a strike. Sarah Florence next door on lane 11, trying to get 4 marks in a row. Lazarchik goes high, 2-4. And Matthew gets his spare. So Matthew will change his score. They'll give him 68 and a spare, as Pinnell cannot convert his spare, so he's at 50. Curtis Stitt up on 7, working on 95, and throws it way outside. So he'll try and convert a spare as Lazarchik makes his 112 and a spare after 7. Off the side, Lexi Nair, 75 in the 4th. Plus, if she converts the spare here, it'll be 75 and a spare. Curtis Stitt, tough break for him. He ends up with 101 after 7. Ryan Goddard working on a spare. Gets the kick out. 46 and a strike after 7. Joseph Valeri, only 1 out on the split, so 50 for him. That's Connor Egan striking, 117 and a strike following his 7th frame. Justin Bone in front of us working on a strike. Just like his daddy, that goes left. 29 and a double for Justin. Jackie Evans on 10 working on a strike. That's going high. Good break. He's just a 6-pin. Among those that we're seeing right now, Andrew Lazarchik is 27th at 106. Alexis Nair, she's off the side here. She's in 17th at 130. So we mentioned Jackie Evans at -9. Connor Egan is 45th at 39. Jacob Klein just off to our side on lane 12 is at +23. We mentioned Laura Brandt shooting .230 last game, and that puts her in at a tie at +4. So that's a bowlers among those that we've seen. Ben Harden we saw earlier, +60. And Curtis Stitt is struggling this game, tied with Laura Branch in 52nd at +4. Justin Bone was 82nd at minus 72. Matthew Stevens had fallen to 94th, and he has really struggled here, but this is going to be his best game as Lazarchik strikes 132 and a strike in the 8th. We'll see if Stevens can make this spare here and stay clean through 5. And he does. So 87 and a spare for Stevens. And Chris Laloya 97 in the 8th. Connor Egan, Brooklyn for an 8 count. Curtis Stidd after getting a rough patch these last 2 frames. He'll try and redeem himself. And no luck. Goddard makes the spare, 66 and a spare after 5. Stidd makes his spare, 101 and a spare for him. Valeri cannot convert his split, so 58 after 5. Nick Campanelli is off to our side on lane 6, 79 and a strike, working in frame 6, and he doubles up. So he catches a break. Justin Bone strikes 3 in a row for him, so 59 and a double. As Jackie Evans comes up 35 and a spare, working in the 5th. Game 10 of 12. Looking at probably a 6:15 Eastern Time conclusion here. We're back at it tomorrow morning at 9 with the round of 56, which will be match play, which then cuts to a round of 24, and then cuts to the top 10 with 3 shootouts and 3 step ladders. Matthew Stevens, 7 count. He'll try and keep his spare streak going. Jackie Evans in front of us. 5 pin. Spare for Najokas. 158 and a spare for him. Matthew Stevens cannot convert. So 113 after 6. Still on pace for his best game of this block. And Drew Lazarchik gets it out too far. 379. Jackie makes her spare, 54 and a spare. Two out for Lazarchik, so 160 in the 9th. Eric Pennell with a strike. That's a double for him. Connor Egan on 8. And a strike for him. 145 at a strike to lay the foundation for the 10th. Here's Curtis Stidd. 6-pin. Stidd spares, so 120 and a spare for him. Andrew Hall, 174 in the 8th. He'll be up next on 7. As Goddard will face a 4-6. And he'll end up with 92 after 6. Justin Bone working on 3 in a row. He's got the longest string, active string, of anybody that we're watching in front of us here. Andrew Hall strikes. Justin Bone's string comes to an end. We'll try and convert the 3-6-10. Spare for Jackie, 71 and a spare for him. N.J.Qualifying, 178 and a strike for Anthony. Bone makes his spare, so 106 and a spare. As Lazarchik will need to make this spare to try and get to 180. Chris Laloya. How about Eric Pinnell on 10 and did not come back. Let's see what Matthew Stevens does here on 9 as Lazarchik. Oh, the 2-pin rattled right around the 10-pin for 169. Matthew Stevens can't get the 6 to fall. Spare for Pinnell. So 98 and a spare after 7. Stevens gets the spare. 113 and a spare after 7. Nine count for Valeri. Strike for Amanda Najokas. That's the applause you heard off to the side. She's got 121 and a strike after 8 on lane 11. If you're curious as to how the scores have been in this second block, I will do my best to count how many scores I see above 210 as I count 4, 5 in, yeah, make that 4 in game 7. Game 8. Page 1 has 4. Page 2, 1, so 5. So 9 games over 210 in the first 2. And then in game 9, I see a 12, a 16, a 10, a 10, a 12, a 26, a 10, a 30. And that's it. So Laura Branch's 230 was high game in game 9. I believe 246 is high game this block so far, with only maybe a dozen and a half games over 210 so far. And we may see a couple more here as Andrew Hall has just struck to put himself in the 2 teens. Anthony Najokas with this spare goes into the 2 teens. Looking up and down the row here in the lower portion. Matthew Stevens leaves double wood. Najokas makes his spare, so he's got 198 in a spare. Eric Pinnell with a strike, 118 and a strike. Andrew Hall up on 8, trying for a triple. 7 count, so he can still strike for spare out for 221. Matthew Stevens makes his spare. 131 and a spare. And 215 for Anthony Najokas, so our total of 2 teens is slowly climbing up into about 20. 218 for Andrew Hall. Ryan Goddard. Strike for him. Split for Valeri. The luck has run out for Valeri after striking and sparing in the first 2 frames and has gone opens the rest of the way. Sarah Florence on 11 makes her spare. That's 116 and a spare for her on the 9th. So Valeri's got 84 in the 8th. Justin Bone now up after he opened in the 7th. He's at 131. Goes for a little outside. Amanda Najokas with a spare. She's at 141 and a spare after 9. Tommy Burns off a double, has an 8 count. Jackie Evans trying to double up for the first time this match. 245. Justin Bone dropped it. 140 after 8 for him. They're all done on 7 and 8, so we await the next group coming in. Taking a look down at 5 and 6. Jack Cook, 125 and a spare. His ball coming up on 5, and it's a strike. So 145 and a strike for him. Lexi Nyer up on 6. She's got the 10 pin to convert. And she does that. Jackie Evans converts her spare, 111 and a spare in the 8th. Matthew Stevens, 131 and a spare, working in the 9th. Nice strike by Jacob Klein there on 11. As he has a chance to throw a big game here. Matthew Stevens can't get it to come back. He gates. Eric Pennell on 10, 7 count. See if Matthew Stevens can make his spare. Three out, 156. .144 after 9 for Pennell. Then Valeri up on 9. Strike for Valeri. Mr. Zimmerman. Ryan Goddard working on a strike on 10. Seven count, a split. Over on 11, Amanda Najokas, 141 and a spare working as she starts her 10th. Can't get the 7 to fall. Jackie Evans leaves the 5. Nick Campanelli converts a spare. He can strike for 216. He is up on lane 6. Jackie makes her 5 pin, so 130 and a spare. This is a good group that's coming up here in game 11. Justin Bone up on lane 10 in his 9th. 4 pin. In fact, we may even have we're going to have the leaders here. In fact, we do have the leaders as far as first round qualifying. They're in front of us here on 7 and 8. So you'll see Martin Stevens, Tom Hankey, Brian Kennedy, Adam Zimmerman, Michael Martell, and looking for Alex Sorge, and I see him over on the side. So Justin Bone makes his 4 pin, so 140 and a spare. Matthew Stevens up on 10, 156 working. And gets a strike. Mr. Kenny Ryan, how are you, sir?
Doing well, how are you?
Good.
What we got going on here?
Live streaming. You're on your next game is on one of our feature pairs here. Correct me if I'm wrong, there's only 5 on your pair, right? All righty, so We'll see Kenny Ryan, Kyle Belowski, Chad Mee, Joey Ocello, and Daniel Lenk coming up here on 9 and 10 once the 6 here are done. Michael Martell leaves what looks to be a 3-pin. Matthew Stevens strikes. So by far his best game of this block. He can shoot 186 here. You're not going to be able to see the approaches of these 6. Well, you may see a little bit. You see Jack Cook there on lane 6. So coming up in the next game for game 11, the bowlers who are in 6th through 10th place, Alex Sorge, Zach Fatelli, Dylan Bowers, Francis Fatelli, and Dylan Zimmerman. That was in 6th through 10th after game number 6. They will be over on 5 and 6. So you'll be able to see a little bit of their approach. Martell makes his 3-pin. Matthew Stevens, 9 on the fill for 185. Pinnell struck for 166. Ryan Goddard, 125 in the 9th. Get to see him in the 10th. Seven count. Goddard makes his spare, so he can strike for 145. Valeri spare, so he can shoot 124 if he strikes here. Give everybody a chance to get 2 frames in before we start talking about them a little more in depth over on 7 and 8. Also 11 and 12 getting ready to go. They're got a good bunch coming over as well. Eddie Ross, Alexander Horton, DJ Brown, Dana Voidovich, Dan Hartman, and Shane Matthews. Goddard does strike, finishes with 145. Valeri with 121. Justin Bone now 140 in the 9th, working on a spare. And then Jackie Evans will be up on 10. She's got 130 and a spare. 4-pin. Three-pin for Jackie. And Bone cannot convert, so 168 for him. As he gets to move on to 17 and 18 for game 11. And here comes Jackie to convert her spare. Jackie outside for 7, 166. So that wraps up game 10. Now we can move on to 11. And our featured pair 7 and 8. As Brian Kennedy working on a spare. Through the nose, 4-pin still stands. Off on 11 and 12, that's Alexander Horton. Little pocket rocket, making his spare. At the ripe old age of 13. He won the U15 boys division in Pennsylvania Pepsi. Brian Kennedy straight at the spare. 19 and a spare after 2. Hold that up to the camera. Joey Ocello with a handheld iPhone fan. There you go. What won't they think of next? Martin Stevens kicks out the 7, leaves just the 2-8. Adam Zimmerman up on lane 8. So strike, spare, strike for him. We'll start with Kevin Belosky. Kyle Belosky, excuse me. I'm getting names mixed up today here. So Kyle Belosky, who was in 25th after game 9. Had a little burp in the coverage there, we apologize. 7 count there for Belosky. Joey Ocello will come up on lane 10. Michael Martell up on 8. He opened in the 2nd, so he's got 27 working. And kicks out the head pin. See if Belosky can make the washout. Got it. Nice shot. Ocello left the 4, 6, 7. So 9 out for Ocello. We got Kenny Ryan up on 9 and Daniel Lenk up on 10 now. Brian Kennedy through the nose, 3, 6, 10. Strike for Kenny. Strike for Daniel. Chad Mee from the Rochester area. Up on 9. Alex Horton with a strike over on lane 12. Spare strike for him. 10 pin for me. Kennedy, spare. 3 spares for him. 36 and a spare after 3. You can just barely see down the line here. We've got a 4, 7, 9, 10 being attempted by Lexi Nyer, and only takes the 7 pin out. Chad Mee makes his spare. Stevens looks to make the 1-3. Adam Zimmerman up on 7. Leaves the 3-9. Kyle Bolowski struggling here a little bit to try and find a good line here. So second washout in a row for him as Martin Stevens cannot get it to come back. So 2 straight opens for him, 56 after 4. And Ocello now washes out. At least a better chance for him to make this spare. Zimmerman pushes it wide. So 66 for 4. Kyle Bolowski with 25 after 2. $18 after 2 for Ocello. Strike for Martell. 27 and a double. Hankey with a split. Lenk just barely hits the head pin and gets 9. DJ Brown over on 11. Started with a double, now 3-9-10. Kenny Ryan strikes, double for him. Tom Hankey with 7 and 2 in the 4th for 67. Lenk with the spare, 19 and a spare after 2. This game will go a little faster than the rest of them have because we have 5 on our feature pairs. And this is the higher scoring bowlers, at least earlier on. Martin Stevens up on 7 strikes. So 56 and a strike after 5 for him. Brian Kennedy can't get it to come back. So 1, 2, 8. So try and make it 4 spares in a row. Chad Mee with the spare. Back-to-back 9 spares for him. Zach Vitelli opens 55 after 4. Bolowski with a more makeable spare this time. Kennedy gets it. 53 and a spare. Ocello with a bucket left side. Alex Horton over on 12 makes a single pin spare. Bolowski tries to make the gate and does. So 25 and a spare for him after 3. Strike for Zimmerman, 66 and a strike in the 5th. Spare for Ocello. 18 and a spare after 3. Fast 8, Kenny Ryan. Martell up with a double on 8. Dylan Zimmerman over on 6. Spare, strike, strike, spare, and a 5-10 leave for him as he went Brooklyn. Daniel Lenk 7 count. Dan Hartman on 11. You can at least watch his release and approach. So we call it release and result. It's on beacon 1-2-4. Kenny Ryan makes a spare, 48 and a spare. Lenk 37 and a spare after 3. Zach Vitelli down on 5 strike after an open, so 55 and a strike through 5. Dylan Zimmerman with the 5-10 off to the side. And 1 for him, so 94 after 5. Chad Mee trying for 3 spares in a row. As Martin Stevens, 8-pin. And 3 in a row for me. Brian Kennedy lost it off his hand. So his spare streak ends at 4. He has 81 after 5. Kennedy was 5th after 9. We're awaiting 10th game results. It'll be late in this game before we have them, simply because we have only 5 on this pair. Eddie Ross with a spare off to the side, so he's got 98 and a spare in the 5th. Martin Stevens makes his spare, 75 and a spare. Ocello with a strike, so 38 and a strike in the 4th. Adam Zimmerman with 7 count, missing his spare, or missing his head pin rather, so 83 and a spare. And Zimmerman cannot convert, so the 1-2-4 is left up there, with the 4-pin just left up, so 94 after 6. Kenny Ryan with a strike. Lenk with a spare, so 56 and a spare after 4. And Mee finally strikes. So 58 and a strike after 4 for Chad Mee. Michael Martell kicks out the 7. 95 and a strike for Martell as he heads into the 7th frame. So across the board here, we've got Martin Stevens, Adam Zimmerman, Kyle Bolosky, and Joey Ocello waiting to throw here. Bolosky in front of us, cannot get it to come back. That's another washout for him. I believe that's 3 already this game. Adam Zimmerman next on 8. Cannot kick the 7 out. Ocello. 6-10. And then Martin Stevens on 7. not get the 8 to fall. So he's got a tough pickup, as Belowski will have 71 after 5. Spare by Zimmerman, 94 and a spare after 7. Ocello takes both out, 58 and a spare. And Stevens knows that he made a mistake, 98 after 6. Stevens had fallen to 8th after 9. And Ocello was in 9th. Kenny Ryan working on a strike, 7-pin. Tom Hankey on 7. Strike. 87 and a double for our defending champion.
I just wanted to see how many you had.
Link gets 2 out for 82.
Tournament bowlers after game number 10. Your leader and new leader is Dylan Zimmerman at plus 247. 56th place at the moment is Harris Mirza at minus 31. Minus 3-1. Handicap division. Your leader is still Mary Beth Baker at plus 86. 5th place at the moment is minus 39. Minus 39. Pronounced after game 10 will be on the scoreboard behind 9 and 10. We'll be updating all your side pots also on the board.
Martell makes his spare, so 115 and a spare after 7th. Let's give you the leaders again. Dylan Zimmerman is now your leader. He had 219 and 205 the last 2 games. He's at 247. Mr. Ocello, you're in 5th at 201. That's top 5 or 200 or better. 18th is 103, so 18 or 100 or better. We are down to 50 at plus, so minus 31 is 56th. Martin Stevens redeemed himself with a 209 last game, and he is hopefully going to hop off the struggle bus here soon. With that strike, he's at 98 and a strike. Now in the handicap division, even though Mary Beth Baker had a 128 the last game, her lead jumped to 47. She only been leading by 12. Cole Oberst is now in 2nd. Sean Cruz has dropped to 3rd. Alex Dombrowski is 4th, and Nolan Heron is 5th at minus 39, with Daniel Robertson, RJ Carbone, and Alex Contorzis still within striking distance. In fact, everybody's within striking distance here. As far as the scratch or the overall cut, we still have 4 bowlers within 10 pins of sneaking in. 77 are above minus 100. So still a very interesting scenario coming up, as we'll get the 11th game, and then we'll try and figure out who finishes where. And we'll at least have the cuts on our Facebook page, PJBT Youth Information page. as Hankey makes his spare. So 136 and a spare for Hankey, who is now in second place at 219. Top 5, Dylan Zimmerman, Tom Hankey, Brian Kennedy, Martin Stevens, and Joey Ocello. Next 5 after that, Adam Zimmerman, Dylan Bowers, Francis Vitelli, Nick Campanelli, and Joey Chufo, who we will see in our next game here. Michael Martell is 11th, followed by Alex Sorge, Brianna Lyon, Eddie Ross, Kenny Ryan, Andrew Kopech, Alexis Nyer, Alexander Horton, Alex Martin, and Shad Nee. That's your top 20. 20th is plus 96. Looking ahead to tomorrow, 24th is 79. Those numbers will still continue to drop. 10 pin for Brian Kennedy. Chad Mee strikes. So he stayed clean. 98 and a strike after 6. Kennedy makes a spare, so 120 and a spare as he fights to stay in the top 10. Actually, he's top 3 at the moment. Ocello, 8 count. Martin Stevens makes his spare, so 118 and a spare. Lenk makes his spare, 82 and a spare. Bolowski in front of us on 9, 27th after game number 5. Ocello makes his spare, 83 and a spare after 7. Your third baby you've made today. Jeez. Kyle Bolowski with the strike. Baby split, that is. So 80 and a strike after 7. Hankey strikes. 156 and a strike after 9. Blank with a strike, so 102 and a strike after 7 for him. Martell up with 135 and a strike in the 9th. And he'll have a 2-7 to try and make. Zimmerman, our leader on lane 6. Still has a chance to break 200 if he can convert this 3-9-10. Kennedy, strike. Sets it up in the 10th. Sorge off the side made a spare. He's 131 and a spare after 9. Martell, get 2? Yes, he does. 155 and a spare. We'll try and count our 2 10s in the game 10 here. Kenny Ryan with a strike as we count 9 in that game, but high game was only 225. Jacob Klein had 225 in game 10. Chad Mee working 98 and a strike. He's got a clean game going so far. Here in game 11. Needs to wheel. Takes the 10 out. Leaves the deuce. 10th frame now for Martin Stevens. 2 pin. And a 7 count for Adam Zimmerman. strike. Spare, excuse me. So that was off a strike, so 138 and a spare. Dylan Zimmerman only made 2, so he's 169. He can still punch for 199. Chad Mee had double wood and cannot make it. So 126 after 7 for Chad Mee. Continuing the 10th frame for Martin Stevens, makes his 2-pin. If he punches here, it'll be 157. Kowalski with a spare, 100 and a spare. Alex Horton over on 11, carries. He's got a very nice game going. That's 164 and a strike. So he'll have his chance to break 200 in the 10th frame as Martin Stevens goes 157. Joey Ocello, 8 count. Martell leaves just a 6-pin. Chance for 193. DJ Brown is up on 11. Delivers towards the spare and makes it. 151 and a spare. He still has a chance for 200. Hankey, 3-6. Can still go 190 in this game. Martell can also go 190. Ocello with the spare, 101 and a spare after 8. Spare up, yes, for Hankey. So 176 and a spare. We'll try and make it 196 with a strike. Kenny Ryan 108 and a double. Make it a triple. Lank 2-7. Five count for Hankey, so 191. And will not get to catch up on Zimmerman because Zimmerman will finish with a spare conversion. That's the single pin you see on lane 5, which he makes for 189. So our leader shoots 189. Second place shoots 191. Brian Kennedy can strike out for 200. Martin Stevens, who was in 4th, just shot 157. So we expect Dylan Zimmerman to keep the lead. So Zimmerman will be at 236 and is expected to keep the lead going into the final game. Bolosky strikes, so 120 and a strike in the 9th. Alex Horton up on 12. You'll be able to at least see his result. And a strike. He can go 224 with a strike on lane 12. Kennedy made his spare. He strikes for 180. So Kennedy is now at 194. and should stick around in the top 5. Not much more movement to be made. Strike for Horton, 224. Nice game, young man. Meanwhile, Kenny Ryan has just been lighting it up this game. 168 and a double heading into the 10th. Kenny was 15th. He started the block 125, 150, and then went 206, 212 to get back up to 120. And with this, he can move into the top 10. Far outside line for Chad Mee. And it charges back too hard. 5 count. Three out for me. That's 152 in the 9th. For him, he was in 19th coming into this game at plus 96. Lenk misses his spare, so 138. Now Ocello coming up in the 10th as we get underway with game number 12 on 7 and 8. Spare up for Belowski, 140 and a spare. Belowski finishes with 157. So that's taking him to 31, plus 31. Ocello, strike here, and he'll be at plus 171, make it 169. So plus 169 for Ocello after game 11. Kenny Ryan has now a chance to throw the highest game of the block here if he strikes here on the first ball. .246 is our highest game so far this afternoon. Bradley Krause for the strike on lane 7. Bobby Paillet with a 9 count as we open up on 7 and 8 here. Can't get the 10 to fall. Link converts. So Daniel Link, if he strikes here, will be minus 11. Ryan, meanwhile, makes the spare. And we get to see Brianna Lyon on lane 11 as she misses a single pin there. So she's next to us for this game. Brianna was 13th after 10 games. So Kenny Ryan wrapping up here. And will make the jump to plus 157. 237 clean in game 11. So Chad Mee, the only one left to wrap it up here. Throws an 8 count. So Chad can spare and strike for plus 68. And Mee cannot convert. So 161, and it ends up being plus 57 for Chad Mee. All right, now that puts everybody in viewing range here in game 12. Our final game of qualifying. Again, we start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. With the round of 56, it'll be match play, and then the round of 24, that'll also be match play. And then we cut to top 10. You're welcome. Good game. All right, getting underway here. Joey Chufo over on lane 12 converts a spare. Strike for Brandon Bone. Adam Turner now up on 10. Leaves the 1-9. This is Andrew Kopech not converting his spare. Good spare by Turner. So Sam Bortnick now up on 9. Josh Spiegel up on 8. Strike for Sam. Off to the side, Joey Chufo with 2 spares in a row. And on being on lane 11. Kraus splits on 7. This is Mike Kissel up on 9. Spiegel makes the 3-7. Nice spare. He's got 3 spares in a row, 36 and a spare. Kissel with the strike. .46 for Kraus after 3. Bobby Paillet back up. Started with 2 opens. Count. Strike for Kopech. And an 8-pin for Bone. Suzuki on 7, leaves the 1-3. And Paillet having his struggles here in this game, 27 after 3. This is Bortnick doubling up. And Brandon Bone makes his spare. So 20 and a spare after his second frame. Pierce Field on 8 gets a strike. So 37 and a double for him. Chris Trotta on 7, 8 count. He opened up with the first 3 spares. Just saw Sarah Clausen on lane 11. Goes spare, strike, spare. George King now up on lane 11. As you see Trotta make his spare. Adam Turner cannot convert his spare. Brandon Bone out of trouble. Strike for Kopech. And a bad mix for Spiegel, 5-10 for him. And a spare for Brandon, 38 and a spare for Bone. Looking down the way, Tom Hankey, you may have seen a conversion of a 1-2-8-10. That was him. Sammy Bortnick with 3 in a row. George King makes his spare, 38 and a spare after 4 for him. Suzuki brings it back. 48 and a strike after 4 for him. Can catch just off to the side Jacob Boris here on lane 6. You'll see the tail end of his delivery. 29 and a strike. In the Team Bowl for Life jersey. And strikes. So 29 and a double for him. Chris Trotta with a 9-pin. Adam Turner gets a strike. Make that a spare conversion. Mike Kissel in front of us on 9, 3, 6, 10, but only takes the 3 out, so 45 for him. Trotta with the spare, so 5 spares in a row for him. Kopech, 7-pin. Chufo makes the 1, 2, 3, 5 bucket. Bone with a 10-pin. Pierce Field with a strike. He's got 3 in a row. And a spare for Kopech. 57 and 58 and a spare. Brianna Lyon up on 11, 48 and a spare for her. Josh Spiegel on 8 gets a strike. That's 63 and a strike after having 3 straight splits. Brandon Bone can't make this 10-pin, so 66 in the 4th. Brianna Lyon with double woods, so 2-8 for her. Sam Bortnick tried for 4 in a row on 10. Leaves the 6, 7, 10. Double wood for Kraus over on 7. Kraus was 24th after 10 at plus 79. We'll get word on his 11th game in just a moment as Bobby Paillet trips the 10 out. Leaves the 5-pin. Adam Turner, a little bit outside. Brianna Lyon makes her spare. 66 and a spare after 5. Sam Bortnick 2 out. So 85 after 4.
Yep, definitely.
Mouse only 1 out of 2, so 55 and 9 is 64 in the 5th. Mike Kissel up on lane 10 as Turner converts a spare. 42 and a spare for him. Sarah Clausen 10-pin on lane 11. Bobby Paillet makes his 5-pin, so 47 and a spare after 5. Riley Selmer up on lane 6. And it's Jack Selmer's nephew. We saw Jack Bowl earlier today. He's working on 53 in the 4th. Jason Suzuki next door on 7. Brandon Bone trying to recoup from his open. and 3-7. Pierce Field, 2-pin. Andrew Kopech up on 9 and makes it. 75 and a spare after 5. Field makes his spare to 115 and a spare after 6. George King over on 11. Can't get the 7 to fall. If he makes it, he'll have 78 and a spare. Bortnick strikes. 85 and a strike. Dominoes for Adam Turner. 62 and a strike. So far, so good, PA Fats, with half a game to go. And it just went red as you showed up here, and then goes green, so. Kissel goes through the nose. Lyon rebounds after a 3 on the first ball to get a spare, so 79 and a spare after 6. Josh Spiegel over on 7 count. Christian Francis on 11 gets a strike. He left a washout the frame previous and open, so he's got 89 and a strike after 6. Dylan Zimmerman just left a Greek church on 13, and he is got 62 after 5 and trying desperately to keep his lead. Kissel makes his spare, 65 and a spare after 5 for him. That would be 2 in a row for Suzuki, not being able to get it back from the far outside. Kopech, strike. 95 and a strike after 6. Brandon Bone with a 6-pin. Brandon was in 42nd after game 10. Conversion, 74 and a spare after 6. Sammy Bortnick. And body language says, didn't get them all down. 6-pin. Jacob Boris over on lane 6 makes his spare, so 86 and a spare after 6. Adam Turner working on a strike, 7 count. Make that 6 count, he left a bucket. Chris Trotta with a strike. 101 and a strike after 7. Bortnick with the spare, 105 and a spare after 6. Adam Turner tries for 4 and gets 3. 90 after 6. Josh Spiegel on a spare on lane 8. And makes the most of it. 103 and a strike after 7. Kissel. 8 count on a spare. How about Kopech? Solid 8-pin. Field just a bit outside. Sarah Clausen with a strike off to the side. That's a double. And she finally strikes on that lane. Paillet, 9 count. Kissel, 1 out of 2, so 92 in the 6th. Kopech makes his spare, 115 in a spare after 7. Pierce Field makes his spare, 132 in a spare after 7. Brandon Bone, double wood. Paillet makes his spare, so 83 in a spare after 7. Sam Bortnick. Splits. Christian Francis over on 12 goes through the nose for an 8 count. Brandon Bone makes his spare. 92 and a spare after 7. Krausmaus strikes, 64 and a double. Bortnick, 1. So 128. And Riley Selmer down the line with a solid 710. 9 count for Turner. As we are approaching the final frames of qualifying. Chufo cannot get a 10-pin to fall. He does not have a strike this game. Turner makes his spare. Suzuki, 6 count. Chufo makes his spare, 99 and a spare after 7. Kissel, 7 count. Kopech. Strike. Pierce Field leaves a 4-pin. Kissel needs to hurry, only gets 2 out of 3. 101. Bortnick off and open. It looks like opening again. Suzuki opens again. Pierce Field for a 4-pin. Got it. George King, 6 count. Brandon Bone can't get it to come back. Leaves. Brandon Bone can't get the 7 to fall. Christian Francis next door on 11 gets the spare, so 126 and a spare for him after 8. Kopech, strike again. Chance for 225 here. Spiegel, spare, 123 and a spare. Strike for Bortnick, so 135 and a strike. Turner strikes. Paillet strikes. Over on 6, Jacob Kerstetter with an 8 count. Chris Trotta on 8, 9 count. Brianna Lyon on 11, 9 count. How about Kissel for a 9 count? No, it's an 8 count, Doublewood. Pierce Field with a strike. He's in the 200s. Provided he makes a spare or a mark in the 10th. Brianna Lyon with a spare, 126 and a spare going into the 10th. Kissel spares, 121 and a spare. Josh Spiegel, 6 count. Spare for Kopech, he's in the 200s. And just no love for Brandon Bone this game. Solid 8-pin.
Best tournament bowlers after game number 11. Your overall leader is Dylan Zimmerman at plus 236. 56th place at the moment is Jackie Evans at minus 54.
Jackie stayed in 54th.
Handicap division. Your leader at the moment is Mary Beth Baker at plus 73. 5th place at the moment is minus 79. Minus 79. Pronounced after game 11 will be on a moment on the scoreboard behind lanes 9 and 10. The final results of all of your side pots will also be posted on the scoreboard behind 9 and 10. Just a reminder, at the completion of your 12th game, please make sure you return your completed scorecards to the tournament check-in room. Please do not leave until we announce the cut scores. We will tally the results as quickly as possible for you. Thank you.
So after game 11, Dylan Zimmerman, as we thought, hung on to the lead and actually only gave back 2 pins, so 26 was his lead. 166 was 5th. 10th place was 133. Top 20 was 87. Top 30, 43. 56th was minus 54. So top 40 were plus. Top 16 were more than 100 up. Handicap division, Mary Beth Baker's lead is 35 over Sean Cruz, who shot 189 in game 11. Minus 79 is 5th. It's Ashton Meek. We haven't called his name all day. And 5 pins separate 5th through 7th. So it is still close going into the last game here, as we're almost done with this last game here.
Jim, your lanes are available, Jim.
So wrapping up game number 12 here. We'll finish up with Chris Trotta here on 7 and can't get it to come back, so 183 for him. Bradley Krause up here on 8. Brianna Lyon will finish with 164 over on 11 and 12. Piercefield 199. Krause cannot get the 2-pin to kick out, so he still has a chance at 168. George King 154.
Darren, your lane's available.
Krause spares. So he can finish up with 168. Bad break for Jacob Boris on 6 as the 9-pin refuses to fall. So Krause finishes up with 168.
Tom, your lane's available in front counter, Tom.
Christian Francis 192. Chufo strikes on lane 11. He still has a chance for 200. Jacob Boris with 179. Looking down the line here, Zach Vitelli can still strike for 164. Bobby Paillet with a spare, 152 and a spare. He saw his chance at 172. Suzuki can strike for 156 if he strikes out. Chufo, you'll see the finish of his approach on 11. Successful. He can go for 209, and he was fourth after game number 11. Zach Vitelli will finish with 154. He had dropped to 33rd. He was plus 31. He may be safe. Probably will be. He'll end up at minus. And Chufo to finish up, 207. Suzuki 145, Vitelli 153. The action in front of us is complete. We still have bowlers on 17 and 18 that are in their sixth frame. So we're gonna mute this for now. We're gonna keep it up. We're going to keep the feed up. If it stays up, great. If not, we apologize, as we're still about 5 frames away from announcing that competition is over and doing all the calculations for the cut.
Tournament bowlers, as you complete your 12th game, please make sure you get your equipment and pull it out of the settee areas. The high end of the house does have some stuff coming in. We will be announcing the cut scores right around 9 and 10 with the live stream once we have all the results figured out. So if you want to gather around that area, we will announce them as soon as we have them available. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to mute for a while, and we will return with final results of qualifying. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We are back live here. We're getting ready to present all the goodies. All right, those of you still here for best, if you want to gather behind the lower end, behind 7, 8, 9, and 10, we'll do our handicap presentation first, then we'll announce cuts, and we're also going to announce 3 alternates. So when we call your name, please come down to Matt. He will be giving out the trophies, and then all 5 handicap winners, please stick around for pictures afterwards after we get done announcing the scratch cut. All right, we're going to start with our 5th place finisher. Finishing in 5th, earning a $100 scholarship with a total score of 2,310, Ashton Meek. Finishing in 4th, earning a $150 scholarship with a total score of 2,347, Nolan Herron. Finishing in 3rd, earning a $250 scholarship, total score of 2,374, Cole Oberst. Second place, earning a $500 scholarship with a total score of 2,406, Sean Cruz. And our champion, earning a $1,000 scholarship and a glass bowling pin with a total score of 2,474, Mary Beth Baker. Congratulations, all 5 of you. We will have pictures afterwards back here on the lanes, so please hang around for the next minute. We're going to announce the top 10, a couple spots below that, and then the cuts. In scratch, overall rather, your leader at plus 205 is Dylan Zimmerman. Second at 193, your defending champion, Tom Hankey. Third at 182, Martin Stevens Jr. Fourth at 163, Adam Zimmerman. Fifth at 150, Joey Ocello. Sixth at 146, Francis Vitelli. Seventh at 138, Joey Chufo. Tied for 8th at 129 each, Nick Campanelli and Brian Kennedy. And 10th at 124 is Michael Martell. Your highest lady currently in 19th is Brianna Lyon at plus 71. 24th currently is DJ Brown at plus 42. Now is where I get to drag it out because of all the adding and subtracting errors that we had. So this is how we tournament directors get back at you. We draw this out. The lowest plus currently is plus 4, and that's 31st place. 40th is minus 19. 45th is minus 31. 50th is minus 57. We had a tie for 51st at minus 67. 53rd is minus 73. 54th is minus 75. And we had a tie for 55th. Both of these bowlers will advance at minus 76. Daniel Althouse and George King, both at minus 76. Two more things. Number one, check-in opens at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Bowling starts at 9. We also need these three bowlers to come see Chuck. Jesse Brown, Amanda Najokas, and Andrew Canuli. We need you three to go see Chuck in the meeting room. We'll have this posted on Facebook. We'll have this posted out here in just a moment. Handicap winners, come on back to 9 and 10 for pictures. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. And those of you on the stream, thank you for joining us here tonight. We'll be joining you again 9 o'clock tomorrow morning from Laurel Lanes as Jason Althouse, Matt Himmelreich, and the gang will take you through. I'm Travis Sparks. I've appreciated being with you today. Thank you, and good luck and good bowling to everybody who makes the finals tomorrow. Good night.
Sean Cruz. Sean.
Everybody else, let me get out of the way. All right. Congratulations, all of you. Thank you. Absolutely.